All right, Mr. Fleming, we'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 22-00509. That's Fluid Chillers versus MSI Automation and David Brinkerhoff. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. James Fleming on behalf of Fluid Chillers.
Right, this is the time set initially for a show cause motion. I have show cause David Brinkman D. He failed to appear on February 14th. And then once again, Mr. Brinkman, my understanding, Brinkerhoff, is that he has failed to appear once again. I did have some questions. It looks like, was he served in this, or are you unable to find him at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. We did personally serve him 10 days before today's date. We just recently received the proof of service for that that we'll be filing with the court in short order.
Okay. All right. Well, this was set for 8:30. And it's now 8:47. I don't see a David Brinkerhoff in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see one in the actual courtroom. Mr. Fleming, how would you like to proceed today? It would appear the defendants failed to appear once again.
Yes, Your Honor. And we did contact him and have not heard a response from him. We would ask that a bench warrant be entered at this time due to his failure to appear this morning, as well as the failure to comply with the subpoena and appear for that date.
All right. I previously indicated that we would set it for show cause, and then with a fail to appear, I'll issue a bench warrant. What's the outstanding debt on this matter?
One moment, Your Honor. I'll pull up that exact number for you.
I'm just curious as to, if I remember correctly, this is
as of the date the judgment was entered on June 28th of 2022, the debt was $6,592. I'm sorry, $6,502.90. However, since then it has increased due to interest and service fees pursuant to the contract and this court's judgment. So it has increased since that time.
all right. All right. Well, for failure to appear, I'll issue the bench warrant. And then we'll go from there. I don't think Mr. Brinkerhoff's ever responded on this file that I can see.
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 22-00509, Mr. Fleming?
Your Honor, will the court be preparing that bench warrant, or shall we submit it?
Yeah, what's that? Civil does it. Our civil department will do it. So that bench warrant should come from the 54A civil department.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. Ms. Williams, how are you? Ms. Sutter, Ms. Robinson?
Hello. Well, Your Honor, how are you? Good.
I'm good. I had some contact with Ms. Montgomery in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of exciting news.
Did she tell you her big news?
Well, she did and she didn't, but she did, you know. Yeah. So yeah, and she also had I think an intern from MSU with her last week.
Oh yeah. She
Thursday,
did. Oh,
Friday.
Yeah, she told me.
Yeah. And so, but that's exciting news. It's just it doesn't coincide with what I know about her. You know, because I've known her for such a long time, and she's a real go-getter, and you know, she finished law school in a couple of years, and now she's gonna be a mom twice over.
Well,
So
she's we're around the same time. She's 2 weeks ahead of me.
she's 2 weeks ahead of
Yep.
you. That's so exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, who's on Ingham County?
Jason.
Jason Weck?
Yeah.
Is that one
Yes.
of yours?
It is mine.
Okay. Sir, you're Jason Weck?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Weck, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your public defender, all right, when she joins us, okay?
Okay.
I'm just finding a quiet place real quick.
All right, so we're on the record in dockets, 2 dockets. 22-01144 and 22-02878. That's City of Lansing versus Luke Nickerson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Nickerson, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Luke Nickerson?
Yes.
Okay, this is the time set for a review in this matter. If I remember correctly, that this was set for review based on is this a deferred sentence? And then we
Yes.
just
Yes, Your Honor.
placed it for review. So Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
So the information that I have so far is that it is a deferred sentence for 6 months. And it was harder for Mr. Nickerson probation because we are trying to find out the updates of his mental health treatment. So I would ask Ms. Robinson to update us on that.
Yeah, he's currently enrolled in the ACT program and has been doing that and is working with that as well as community mental health. And he's scheduled to start to go into mental health court in 30th Circuit soon. He's already started that process. He just has to watch one of the sessions, which I believe he's scheduled for tomorrow.
All right. And Mr. Nickerson, anything you want to say concerning you've got a session to watch tomorrow?
I didn't know if I had a session with them. I need their number again
Okay.
because I had to get a new phone number. So I need their number again.
Yeah, I can give it to you.
Okay.
All right.
And is this about the house arrest court case too? Because they put me on house arrest after I got out of jail.
That,
That's a felony.
yeah, that's a different case.
Okay.
Yeah, this is you're on deferred sentence right now in regards to these two files, which started out as, if I remember correctly, I think one was, they were both misdemeanor city trials.
Okay.
One was a trespass and the other one was
Decent
indecent exposure. Yeah. So so we've just kind of set this to make sure that you're in mental health court, you're in, you're doing what you should be doing, because it was initially set for the deferred status in February. Is that correct, Ms. Williams?
I believe so, yes.
Deferred sentence for 6 months, set and review. So it sounds like you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
All right. And the mental health court numbers to be provided by Robinson.
How do I find out the court date about my house arrest? How do I do that?
You probably should talk to Miss Robinson,
Okay.
because that's a different file
Okay.
that we have in front of us.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to indicate. So I get, are we proposing I think we probably should do another review.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. So what's the time frame for that are you looking at?
45 days.
I'd say like 60.
Couple
Yeah.
months
Okay.
out. All right. So let's get a date for review, 60 days. Okay, that's way too efficient. June 26th. I won't know what to do if you answer me that quickly, which is a good thing. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. June 26th at 2023 at what time?
9 a.m.
At 9 a.m. So we're set for review. June 26th at 9 a.m. And then we'll get a review from Ms. Robinson how you're doing at that time. Okay. Make sure and talk to her about the pending felony case. All right. And then do any mental health follow up that you need to do it. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in either one of these files? 2202-878 or 2201-144. Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Nickerson, you're all set.
Thank you.
You just want to leave out in the hallway and write down the-
And then I'll have the court number.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Just trying to say hello to everybody.
Hello, Mr. Harris. We'll be with you in just a second, okay?
Yes, sir. Is that a beard or something you got around your chin? That's a beard?
Yeah, man, that's my beard, man.
I love big beards like that. That look real nice. Congratulations on that beard.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Look, I'm trying to grow mine though. Look. Trying to grow mine.
I see you.
Yeah, I'm
You
trying.
gotta start somewhere, man.
Uh-huh. I'm trying. For real, I'm not lying, I'm trying. Let me sit down and shut up.
So, Mr. Harris, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with your attorney. Sorry. And we'll go on Mr. Weck. Okay, so we're on the record in docket 22-303165. That's people of the state of city of Lansing versus Jason Weck. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Weck, who joins us via Polycom.
And sir, you are Jason Lyle Weck.
Yes, sir.
You can hear me all right, Mr. Weck?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Weck will plead to the charge and return our calibrate time, sir.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so we're all on the same page. It's a plea to the charge. So it's the misdemeanor driving while licensed not valid. Is that correct?
What we had was a no operator's license on person.
Yeah,
All right.
I have a no votes.
Driving while license not valid or improper license. Okay. And that's a
Yeah,
that's a 90-day.
It's a 90-day or $500 fine.
Okay, $500. Do you have a code for that?
Yeah,
I've-
that's MCL 257.301.
All right, so Mr. Weck, you understand this is a misdemeanor plea in regards to an improper license. Under the ultimate penalty is 90 days and or $500. It's pursuant to 257.301. That's the ultimate charge. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. It's my understanding that there's a Killebrew agreement of time served.
That's correct.
Do we have how much time that is?
I'm not entirely sure. He's in on a case that our office doesn't have, so I don't have the notes and data from when
Right.
he was put in custody. Mr. Weck, do you know how long you've
Yes.
been in custody? What date you were brought in?
I believe today, day 10.
April 10th?
I believe that today is the 10th day.
Oh, okay.
Do you have anything, Kelly? All right, Mr. Weck, I'm gonna advise you of your misdemeanor rights in this case, and I'll walk you through those. You understand in this misdemeanor case, you have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you period trial. You have the right to question those witnesses against you. You, of course, are represented by Public Defender Lauren Sutter. She would cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. You have the right not to have that silence used against you, and you have the right to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll go to claim the plea was a result of any promises other than the previous agreement that we've just talked about, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal from any trial because we're not going to have a trial today. You're going to be pleading. Is that my understanding? Do you intend to waive your rights and plead guilty today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We've talked about the plea agreement on the record. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I swear, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to November 9th, 2022 at the offense location of West Saginaw Street, Durant Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Saginaw Street and Durant Street on November 9th, 2022?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, did you not have a valid license, or was your license improper for the operation of the motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be understanding, voluntarily, and accurately made. Is this, now, Ms. Williams, is this the case you were looking at probation, or were you looking at immediate sentencing?
We can do immediate sentencing.
Ms. Sutter, any objection to immediate sentencing?
None at all.
Okay. All right. Do you have any allocution you'd like to make, Ms. Sutter?
Just very briefly, Your
Okay.
Honor, I'm sure the court is aware of it, given where Mr. Weck is right now, but he is in custody. He does think he's going to be there for a little bit of time. So I would ask the court to keep all fines and costs to a minimum and waive any possible given his situation right now.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Ms. Williams, anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So I find this to be an appropriate case for immediate sentencing. So the Kilbrew time served is accepted. So it's a 10-day, so 10 days time served. I'm not going to order probation. There'll be $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state fee. I'm going to waive the fines and costs in regards to the misdemeanor, just because of the situation involved. So it's $125, and how long do you think he's gonna have?
I don't think we quite know yet.
Yeah.
He's looking into a parole violation, so I think that hasn't been established what his out date is.
Right. Well, I'm gonna administratively close the file, okay?
Thank you.
So we'll administratively close the file at this time, mostly based on the uncertainty of some of the other cases going on. Ms. Williams, anything on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Weck, you're all set. It's $125 for the crime victims' rights fee and state fee. We're going to administratively close the file, just because you've got so much other stuff going on right now. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything, Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. That's all for the record. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Robinson, were you ready to go on Mr. Harris?
I am, but I was going to do a breakout room with Mr. Reed first, if that's okay.
All right, sure. So I have Ms. Robinson and Mr. Reed placed in a breakout room.
Just gonna keep Mr.
Harris?
Harris in the
Yeah.
breakout room until we're ready to go on that.
I think that's,
Who's been second? Because we had.
I'm assuming you did more than one time at this point.
He's the one that came in the courtroom and was being really loud that one day, and I had to take him to go down and get rain.
Okay.
We've got, this is 6 trespasses.
Yeah, there's a bunch of.
That's because all of our cases got. Now he's your problem.
Yeah, well,
First you passed off and prove it to us, and now we got. Awesome. And Savon Jackson.
Huh?
Is it Anson?
And Star Jackson, yeah. We had him, he's
I read the
character.
they make their way around.
They
You know,
do.
everybody touches those files.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm.
Oh, and Jerry Gary.
So I don't.
We had him too.
Well, we have Jerry Gary too.
Yeah. We have a bunch of his files.
We just did a prelim on Jerry Gary.
Yeah.
We don't talk about that prelim.
Huh?
So we don't talk about that prelim.
Jerry Gary needs, he needs a lot of help.
The only thing that happened after this report was version.
But if you,
Um.
there's just certain things you can't do outside, and that's one,
Right,
because there's cameras everywhere.
right. Well, I can tell you right now, you'll never see him unless he's in custody.
Well, it was a fairly quick prelim.
60 days is enough.
He actually, it was kind of funny. He actually, we were gonna have to adjourn it because he didn't have tea.
Okay, yeah. Well,
So, Mr. Reed, you're gonna rejoin your breakout room with your public defender. You should have a join. There you go.
that, yep.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00250 and 23 L2 and the accompanying ticket of 23 L2747121. That's City of Lansing versus Marcel Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Erin Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Reed.
And sir, you are Marcel Reed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss the misdemeanor no ops, and I will amend the civil infraction speeding 16 plus to speeding 1 to 5. And that is also civil infraction 0 points.
0 points. What's the fine on that? 130?
I think that's just the standard, yeah.
I don't think so. I have that. I have 100. Speeding 1 to 5. I have 135. Does that sound right?
Mhm.
Does that sound right, Kelly? 135. Okay. 135. All right. Dismiss no ops. Part of plea negotiations. And Ms. Robinson, you'll be admitting to the civil infraction on behalf of your client.
I will.
All right. So you understand, Mr. Reed, the nature of the plea agreement is to dismiss the misdemeanor count and to and you'll plead and confirm the civil infraction speeding 1 to 5 with $135 fine. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just so we're making sure we're on the same page, this is ticket L2747112 for on January 20th, 2023 at East Saginaw Marshall in the city of Lansing. And the allegation is, Ms. Robinson, that your client was speeding 1 to 5 over the speed limit. How do you admit responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, I accept responsibility.
All right. That's a zero civil infraction, $135. How much time does your client need to pay the $135 fine?
Mr. Reed, how much time do you need to pay the $135?
Can I pay in like 2 weeks?
Sure. So we can set it out. Why don't we set it out for today's the 24th. Let's do 3 weeks from today.
All right.
Just to ensure. So that'll be May 15th.
All right.
All right. So we'll do May 15th at 4 o'clock. The city of Lansing. You can pay in person, you can pay online, all right, sir? Or you can pay by
Okay.
phone. All right.
All right.
It'll be $135 by that May 15th date.
All right.
Anything else for the record in docket in either one of these files, 23-00250 or the accompanying ticket, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set, Ms. Reed. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in dockets 23-01171, 23-00894, 23-00895, 23-01091, and 22-02489. City of Lansing versus Bobby Joe Harris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Karen Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Harris, for purposes of this hearing.
And sir, you are Bobby Harris?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for a pre-trial on all of these files. These are all misdemeanor files. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, would like to request an adjournment for a week for compliance purposes.
And Ms. Robinson, is that a fair statement?
Can we approach?
Sure. Now, 1 second. All right, so at this time, we'll adjourn for 1 week, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and for compliance purposes. So May 1st at 10 a.m. All right, so we'll adjourn all of these files to May 1st at 10 a.m. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Harris, we're all set. We'll see you on May 1st at 10 a.m. Oh, I do. Thank you. One more. We have just an administrative, one of these files, 28. Let me find the file. 2849 is a Bobby Lee Harris. It should be a Bobby Joe Harris.
Cause I am not Bobby Lee.
Correct. That's correct. Anything in regards to that file, Ms. Williams?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for the record in all of those files, and I'll make the appropriate notes in that court file. That's all for the record.
So we're done?
We're all set.
Mhm. Can I ask something real quick? Can I ask something real quick? Hello?
You can, but you're represented. You might want to talk to your lawyer.
No,
You don't want to talk
to
about the
all
facts of the case, Mr. Harris, okay?
Huh? Want
Don't
to
talk
talk to
about the
all
facts
of
of the
y'all.
cases.
No, I want to talk to all of y'all. Y'all hear me?
We can.
I just wanted to ask, would I be able to be let out on the next court date? Cause I've been in here for a pretty long time.
Right. You should talk to your lawyer about that, sir.
Mr. Harris, you have a felony that's holding you in. It's not really these cases, okay? So what you need to do is you need to talk to Mr. Goodrich.
Yes,
He's
I
gonna
asked
talk to you
that,
on
and she
Wednesday.
said this right here.
Okay.
All right. You're being held on another felony, so you need to speak with Mr. Goodrich.
Who?
You're assigned public defender on your felony case.
He's gonna come talk to you on Wednesday, okay, Mr. Harris?
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Serious.
This is not my fault. They're like in a whole other court meeting, Grace.
Yeah. Just gonna see. We'll break that into a breakout room or if there's something that happens. Just sit down and be quiet.
Mr. Welbus, we're gonna put you in a breakout room with your public defender, okay?
He'll just have to go rejoin it.
Hello? Hello?
Would the person on the cell phone please identify yourself 4110?
Yes, Dave Brinkerhoff with MSI Automation.
That's Brinkerhoff.
Is your name David Brinkerhoff?
Yes, it is.
All right, that case was scheduled for 8:30 today. It's now 9:30.
Oh, they didn't specify that. I'm Central Time. It's 8:30 Central Time right here.
Well, you've got a bench worn out for you.
A what?
You should contact Fluid Chillers. There's a bench there's a bench warrant coming from our civil department because this is not Central Time. This is 8:30 in Michigan.
Well, they didn't specify that. There's all it said is today, 8:30
Well,
time.
you should talk to Fluid Chillers, sir, because this is the second show cause you've missed.
Yeah, that's true. But
Yeah,
it's not
that is
deliberate,
true.
sir. Well,
Well,
it's not deliberate.
You need to clean this up right now. So I would contact Fluid Chillers and do whatever you need to do in regards to this collections process. Right now, our civil department is going to issue a bench warrant.
Okay.
All right. You can
Yeah.
always move to set aside the bench warrant, but this case was called at 8:30.
Yeah. All right. I'll contact them, find out what we can do. It's not a lot.
All right. Thank you.
I have heard that.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00161 and the accompanying tickets. Will the parties, so 23-00161, City of Lansing versus Ramon DeWelbus. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Imani Williams is appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. DeWelbus, who joins us via Zoom.
And sir, you are Ramon DeWelbus?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. DeWelbus?
Yes, I can.
All right, Ms. Williams, this time set for a pretrial matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I will be amending the misdemeanor, no ops, to impeding traffic. And I will be dismissing the civil infraction improper lane. And my understanding is that Mr. Dwelbis will be accepting responsibility to the civil infractions that are remaining.
All right, so I have amending the no ops to impeding traffic, which is a civil infraction. Do we have a code for that?
Yes, Your Honor. That's MCL 257.676B.
And is that a 0 point?
0 point.
0 points and $130 fine?
I'm not sure about the
I believe it is, Your Honor. Let me double check real quick.
I don't have but I think that's just a
Impeding traffic is $130 fine.
$130 fine. And then in regards to I have an improper lane civil infraction and an expired it's all on the same ticket, but I just want to make sure an expired plate civil infraction. What are we doing on those?
The improper lane will be dismissed and Mr. Dwelbis will accept responsibility to the expired plate.
Negotiations. And then accepting responsibility on the civil infraction. And what's the fine on the expired plate?
I believe that's the standard.
It's 130
as well.
Okay. And that's a 0 point?
Yes, Your Honor, that's a 0 point. Do you need the code?
Yeah, if you have it.
Yes, that's 257.255.
All right, Mr. DeWelvis, is that your understanding? You're going to be pleading or admitting responsibility through your attorney of the impeding traffic, which is $130 fine, 0-point offense, and the expired plate, which is also $130 fine, 0 points, and I'll be dismissing the misdemeanor and the improper lane civil infraction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Sutter, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client.
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right. So I'm going to bring yours, just so we're working from the same ticket, L277186. It's the date of January 14, 2023, at the location of Aurelius and Fidelity. Do you accept responsibility for your client impeding traffic on that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you also accept responsibility for your client driving with an expired plate on that day?
Yes, I do.
All right. With that understanding, there's a plead to both civil infractions. The third civil infraction of improper lane, which is 23 L2771862 0I, is dismissed. And do you need some time? It'd be $260 in all to the city of Lansing. Does your client need some time to make that?
Your Honor, if you could give him about 60 days.
All right. So we'll set payment to city of Lansing. And what, 60 days?
26 is 60 days.
Okay, June 26th. We'll do that on the impeding traffic, and then payment set for June 26th. To the city of Lansing on the expired plate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, so Mr. DeWelvis, you've got, in all, it's $260, and you have till June 26th to make sure all that is paid to the city of Lansing by June 26th. All right.
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record in dockets 23-00161, the accompanying tickets of 23 L2771863 and 23 L2771862, Ms. Williams.
Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you're all set. You're all set, Mr. DeWelvis.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You want to go on Ms. Weigel next? All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00020, the city of Lansing versus Rita Weigel. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amanda Williams, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter, appearing on behalf of Ms. Weigel, who joins us via Zoom.
Ma'am, you are, well, you have to unmute yourself. You are Rita Weigel? Okay, Ms. Weigel, you'll have to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Okay, yes, good morning.
Good morning. So you are Rita Weigel, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Right, you can hear me all right?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, Miss Williams, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'd like to request an adjournment for 45 days for compliance purposes. I believe this will be the last one in the matter.
So we have one of these. We don't have the no ops is not been requested before. Is that a new one? Or is that just?
That's,
No.
they've all been together at
Yeah.
the same time frame.
Maybe I just didn't write it. All right. So this would be the final adjournment in the matter. was, we're looking at, it looks like this was set for pretrial February 10th, March, April 10th. All right, so we're at the final adjournment. June, perfect, June 12th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June 12th at 9 a.m.
June 12th. Nine. Make sure.
What? Can you tell me about my nose real quick?
All right, Ms. Weigel, please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Sutter. We've set this for June 12th at 9 a.m. We have granted the final adjournment in this case. Anything else for the record, Mr. Williams, on 230020 or the accompanying tickets?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. You're all set, Ms. Weigel.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter.
You're welcome.
Bye.
And then Ms. Robinson, you had
Mr. Sheehan.
Yeah. Ms. Fox, my understanding is you don't have a lawyer today?
I don't.
You do not? And-
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I guess I don't. I don't know.
Well, my understanding is you told the public defender's office that you didn't want the representation.
What? What I told that?
Mr. Cornish, Steve Cornish was at your arraignment and you indicated you did not want a public defender.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess so. We'll do this.
All right, stand by then. Right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01153. That's City of Lansing versus Thomas Sheehan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Amani Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Here in Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Sheehan.
And sir, you are Thomas Sheehan?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time.
You have no objection.
All right, city moves to dismiss without prejudice, without exception. The case is dismissed.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to do, just so that I get it in my head that I've been a drunk since I was probably 5.
Mr. Sheehan, you don't want to talk about
Can
things
I,
like that.
can I please, can you give me some community service? 10, 20 hours.
The case is dismissed. He's
Yeah,
not ordering you to do anything.
I can't. You've got to be under probation to me on some level. The city has moved to dismiss the case, okay? So.
I'll volunteer. That's what she said.
Yeah, you can volunteer. You know there's a problem, so, yeah, all right. So, nope, you're good, you're good. So the city moves to dismiss without prejudice, which means they can bring it back if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? All right, thank you. Anything else for the record, Ms. Williams, on 23-01153? Ms. Robinson? All right, thank you. That's all for the record in that file.
You're all set?
Please.
Ms. Williams, did you want to talk to Ms. Fox, or did you just want to conduct the pretrial on the record?
I think I'm just going to move to dismiss it, given the circumstances and the situation that Ms. Fox appears to be in.
All right, let me see what 22008.
And my understanding is that she's homeless.
Yeah,
So I'm
this
not
is a
going
trespass case.
Yeah, I'm not going to pursue it any further.
All right. Does she have time? She must have time in on this. But it doesn't matter. She
She
would.
failed to appear on this case several times.
Boy, is that an understatement.
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2. All right. This was trespass on a red tag property, wasn't it?
I believe so,
I think
yes.
it was. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2200820. That is Leah Fox. City of Lansing versus Leah Fox. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ma'am, you are Leah Fox, Leia Fox.
Yeah, Leah Fox.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial, no matter. Just for the record, Ms. Fox, you are unrepresented at this hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city moves to dismiss at this time.
I think that's through Zoom. I think you're right. All right. At this time, the city moves to dismiss without prejudice, which means, Ms. Fox, that the city could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 2200820, Ms. Williams.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. You're all set, Ms. Fox. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's easier for everyone's life.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
So we're on the record in docket 22L2752573. That is Maya Gayton, City of Lansing versus Maya Gayton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Ms. Gayton, who joins us via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Maya Gayton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Gayton?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial. Ms. Williams, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, would like to request an adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, the case will be adjourned by both parties at the request of both parties for compliance purposes. And we have a new date of June 5th at 9 a.m. So anything else for the record, Ms. Williams, on docket 22L2752573?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Sutter?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Ms. Gayton, we'll see you again on June 5th at 9 a.m. All right, ma'am?
Thank you, Your Honor. That was a piece of cake. Lemon squeezy, lemon cheesy. Freeze.
Yes.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22-03224. That's City of Lansing versus Brendan Carter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. Carter. I do not believe he is present.
Okay, this is City of Lansing pre-trial set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10 o'clock. It would appear that the defendant failed to appear for the pre-trial. Ms. Williams, how did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour.
Any comment, Ms. Sutter?
I would just ask for the 48-hour hold.
All right. For the defendants failed to appear today, bench warrant bond forfeiture is issued with the 48-hour hold. Then we're on the record in dockets. Dockets 22-010, 22-01206, 22-01207, and 22L2721071. City of Lansing versus David George. Would the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Assistant City Attorney Emmanuel Williams appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Lauren Sutter on behalf of Mr. George. I do not believe he is present.
Now, this was initially set for 9 o'clock for a pre-trial. It is now 10:03. I do not see Mr. George in the Zoom courtroom, the physical courtroom. Ms. Amani, Ms. Williams, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour.
Any comment, Ms. Sutter?
Just ask for the 48-hour hold.
All right, I don't, yeah, this is the initial fail to appear, so we'll set a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in docket 22-01207, 22-01206, or the accompanying ticket of 22L2711071?
Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, that's all for the record then.
Wendy? No. Oh, no Wendy today.
No Wendy today.
Oh, I didn't see who was there.
Kelly.
I didn't know if she wanted to. We had a case that we needed to fix on the record. So I guess I'll wait. for
Yeah,
next-
wait, yeah, or
Does she-
email her tomorrow
yeah.
or something.
Yeah. Alright.
And the next one is 332. I think you're all set.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
We have some civil stuff. I'll admit everybody in. I think there's civil stuff.
How do I turn?
Have a good one. You too.
The individual on the iPhone, please identify yourself.
Brittany.
Say it again, ma'am, you broke up.
Brittany.
Ramey,
Brittany.
Brittany,
No,
Brittany
Brittany.
Dukes.
Yes.
All right. Is Rachel Nick with you? There she
I'm
is.
here.
Okay.
Yeah, she's on.
All right. Mr. Whitty, is that your case?
Sorry, the name because you look like you do. It's a great show.
Should I check it out?
Yeah, but they have.
I believe it is, Your Honor. Sorry about that. I think I was muted.
That's all right. Is that your case, Miss Dukes and Miss Nick?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Did you want to speak with them in a breakout room?
Yes, and I think I ended up with two client reps, Mr. McConkey and Ms. Sanderson. So if they could also be added to the breakout room, I'd greatly appreciate
All
that.
right, we'll put you in one. So I'll have Mr. McConkey, Miss Sanderson, Miss Nick, Miss Dukes, and yourself all placed in a breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't even have to be on here, right? Who am I supposed to talk to?
Man, if you join you should join the breakout room, Miss Dukes.
Do I have to join it even though I haven't lived there for 2 years?
You should, just to tell them that, okay?
Okay.
All right. And if you're on a cell phone, you should be. Does she get a? She's gone. And Mr. Klug, is it, I mean, it's Klug or Klug?
Klug, Your Honor.
Klug, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're here for your 10:15, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Judge.
All right. We'll give, it's Trinity Blevins, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll give them the 15 minutes, and I'll call it right at 10:30, all right?
I appreciate it. I will just be on
Thanks.
mute.
Ms. Gable, what case are you here on, ma'am?
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on. Just give me 1 second. I have so many.
Is it Sycamore?
Yeah, Sycamore versus Ashley Black. It's just a possession.
Okay.
It was a 30-day termination.
All right. It's scheduled for 10:30.
Yep.
All right. All right. We'll await to see. I'll probably start calling that case about 10:45. We got about 4 cases in front of you.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I did not mean to have
All
my
right.
camera off.
No, you're good. Miss Sprague, you're here on the Somerset Senior.
I am, Your Honor.
All right, we have Miss Starks is here. Mr. Starks is not here, is that correct? Did you want to meet with Miss Starks?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll probably have to put Miss Starks on an iPad so that we can put him in a Zoom room. So follow my court officer to put you on an iPad when we're all set up, and then we'll have you both placed in a breakout room. He's gonna get it right now, okay? So if you stay right there, he'll come and get you. All right, Miss Sprague, we're gonna put Miss Starks on an iPad, and then we'll place you both in a breakout room once it's all set up, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Klug. So we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 23-00352. That is South Washington Park versus Trinity Blevins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeff Klug appearing on behalf of plaintiff South Washington Park.
All right, this is the time set for a second hearing on the matter. This was scheduled for 10:15. It is now 10:31. I will indicate that it looks like the defendant failed to appear at the first hearing. We called it after 35 minutes. We do have service by attachment. I've checked the Zoom courtroom. I don't see a Trinity Blevins in the Zoom courtroom. There's no Trinity Blevins in the actual courtroom. Mr. Klug, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, plaintiff would like to move forward with a default judgment for possession only. Total amount is $2,218 to retain possession on or before May 4th, 2023. And I can send in the default application and default judgment. I'll email it to you.
All right. So it's 2,218 was the number that I've got to retain possession. And then it's on or about May 4th. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll follow that up with an order. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Anything else on the record docket 23-00352, Mr. Klug?
No, Your Honor, that is it. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sir, on the Motorola Moto G stylus phone, can you identify yourself?
For Maldonado.
Say your
My
name
name's
again, sir.
Christopher Maldonado.
Christopher Maldonado.
He's one of our show cousins.
Oh, I see him. Well, let's go ahead and you're here for your 11 o'clock.
Yes.
It's 2:15 on that side.
Hernandez. All right. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and call that case. So we're on the record in docket 22 L2761981. It's the city of Lansing versus Christopher Maldonado Bush. And sir, you are Christopher Maldonado Bush?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a show cause hearing. And the indication is you were show cause for your failure to pay. Okay. You've got an outstanding balance to the city of Lansing for $215 that you were supposed to make a payment or pay by March 15, 2023, and you have not. Do you need some more time to make that payment?
Yes, I'm supposed to be paying by the end of this month because right now I had a job, but I'm disabled, so I couldn't. I'm disabled and take medicine and stuff. Couldn't focus. I got fired from my job. I'm supposed to be paying it by the end of this month, trying to get my Social Security turned back on.
All right. So this was due March 15th, and you want until the end of the month to make the $215 payment?
Yes.
All right. So how about this? I'm going to set the show cause aside at this time for your appearance. And so you'd be able to pay the $215 by May 1st?
Hold on, let me check the date.
All right.
Yes, I can.
I want to that is exactly 2 weeks from today's date. That's just 1
Yes, I
week.
can do that.
Oh, that's just 1 week. Let's do May 8th. May 8th would be 2 weeks.
I would thank you for that.
All right. So we'll set the $215 payment for May 8th at 4 o'clock to the city of Lansing for the $215. That will, if you don't pay at that time, we're just going to have this cycle set again. So if you can pay that $215 to the city of Lansing by May 8th, you can pay at the window, you can pay online, or you can pay by phone. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. So you're all set. This is for the outstanding balance on the ticket. Anything else for the record, Mr. Maldonado?
No, thank you.
All right. You're all set today. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Bye.
And then Mr. Whitty, are we ready on the 22-00332 file? We should bring everybody back.
Yes, we are.
All right. Let me bring back Miss Dukes and Miss Nick. Here we go with. Oh, we're still working on getting them back. All right, I think we have Miss Dukes and Miss Nick back. So we're back on the record docket 23-00332. Mr. Whitty, did you have a chance to meet with Miss Nick and Miss Dukes in a breakout room?
Your Honor, I did. We had a pleasant conversation. I'm glad to report that the parties have entered into a conditional dismissal. If I can put those terms on the record.
You may.
Your Honor, the parties agree that rent to retain possession is currently due in the amount of $4,810. And court costs in the amount of $184.55 are due for a total balance of $4,994.55. The parties have agreed to enter into a payment arrangement, and that payment arrangement is basically that Miss Nick will pay $1,000 a month, Miss Dukes will pay $200 a week, and combined with those payments plus ongoing rent and late charges, that should result in the payoff in about the first week of August. We put that together in a schedule that we included in the conditional dismissal, so all the parties can see what rent's accruing and what payments are being made and how they're being applied. I emailed the conditional dismissal and the text of MCR 4.201I to both defendants, and I also explained their rights under that court rule. Both of them emailed me back that I had permission to sign the conditional dismissal on their behalf, and I'd like to confirm on the record that that's the case.
Miss Nick, is that you authorize Mr. Whitty to sign your name to the conditional dismissal that's going to be forwarded to the court? Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Dukes, the same goes for you. You've authorized that Mr. Whitty can sign your name to the conditional dismissal that's going to be forwarded to the court. You'll have to unmute, Ms. Dukes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Whitty.
Yeah, one other thing I forgot to mention, Ms. Dukes has vacated the property, and so the conditional dismissal agrees that or provides that once the payment plan is completed successfully, she would be released from the lease. And I just wanted to make sure that she knew that was part of the record in this case.
All right, thank you. And you'll forward the conditional dismissal to the court to that effect?
I will, Your Honor.
Ms. Nick, was there anything that was said on the record that was not previously discussed in the breakout room, Ms. Nick?
No, sir.
Okay, Ms. Dukes, you heard everything was placed on the record by Mr. Whitty. Is that your understanding of the agreement? And you'll have to unmute, Ms. Dukes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, the court will await the conditional dismissal with the authorized permission and the numbers stated on the record of 4,810, 184.55, 4,994.55, with a payment plan scheduled and the date of scheduling, the date that the plan should be come to fruition or be completed is August 1st. Is that correct, Mr. Whitty?
It's a little later than that. It's actually going to be, okay. I think, August 5th.
August 5th. All right. All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 23-00332, Mr. Whitty.
Nothing for plaintiff. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Nick, Ms. Dukes, do you have any questions of me, either one of you?
No, sir. No.
All right. That's all for the record. 23-00332. Ms. Nixon, Ms. Dukes, you're free to leave the Zoom courtroom. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then, Mr. Whitty, if you want to call your other case, you're welcome. You've got a docket 23-00341. That's 3031 LLC versus Paul Lucas. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And this is the time set for the second hearing in the matter. I do not see a Mr. Lucas in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see a Mr. Lucas in the physical courtroom. This was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It's now 10:46. I will indicate for the record that previously the defendant failed to appear on April 5th, 2023. We had service by attachment and it was reset to today's date. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to go forward?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to request the court enter a default judgment for possession. This is a possession-only case. Rent to retain possession is due in the amount of $3,240. Court costs are $161.31. Total amount due at this time would be $3401.31. That amount would have to be paid, or the defendant would have to move by May 4th. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor, incompetent, or in the military service, and the landlord has kept the premises fit for their use as a residential.
All right, thank you. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty?
I will indeed, Your Honor.
All right, I'll orally grant the default judgment and await for an order to sign concerning the numbers that were placed on the record. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00341, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we're also on the record in docket 22-00344. That's Michael Christie versus Dwayne Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Norman Whitty, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, this is the time set for a second hearing on a landlord-tenant matter. I do not see Dwayne Williams in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see Dwayne Williams in the actual courtroom. This was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 10:48. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the second formal hearing. I will indicate for the record that we had a previous hearing on this on April 5th. The tenant would fail to appear at that time. There was an occupant who left, but Mr. Williams did not appear, and we had service by attachment, so we set it for second hearing. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to request entry of a default judgment. This is a possession-only case. The rent to retain possession is $700 at this time. Court costs are $212.77 for a total of $912.77. I did get a message from my client indicating that they received a personal check in the mail this morning for $700, but obviously that hasn't cleared yet. To the extent it does clear, we would credit it against the judgment balance. If the balance isn't paid in full by May 4th, 2023, we'd have the right to come back and ask the court for an order of eviction. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is either a minor, an incompetent, or the military service, and the premises have been kept fit for their use as a residential dwelling by the landlord.
Thank you. All right. So I will issue a defendant failed to appear at the second hearing default for possession. That was in possession of $700, $212.77. Court costs for a total of $912.77. The move out date is May 4th, 2023. Indicated that the place was kept habitable and was not a minor, incapacitated, or serving in the military. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect, Mr. Whitty.
I will indeed. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
See you this afternoon.
We'll see you this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Whitty. We're on the record in docket 23-00393. That is Somerset Senior versus Ms. Starks. Ms. Starks, you want to come up here? And would the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Sprague?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Samantha Sprague, P931, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff. With me today, I have the property manager, Ms. Danielle Treadway Ford from Somerset Senior Living.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, you are Teresa Starks, is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And Frank, you've indicated Frank Starks is not with you today. Is that correct? All right. Ms. Sprague, this is the time set for a default on Mr. Starks and a conditional dismissal as to Ms. Starks, and then we've reset it. How did you want to proceed?
Your Honor, unfortunately, Ms. Starks did fail to get the utilities placed within her name or to even do an application for additional assistance to make that up. So at this point, we would like the default against Mr. Starks, and we will we would like to move forward with a judgment against Ms. Starks as well.
All right, but so Mr. Starks is not here. I can grant the default as to Mr. Starks. On Ms. Starks, we're gonna have to set it for a hearing date. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor.
All right. So the default is granted as to defendant Starks or tenant Starks for fail to appear. And then we will set for formal hearing for Teresa Starks. What's that? So we'll set this formal hearing for May 8th at 3 o'clock. You'll receive a notice from my court officer. Please bring me any evidence you want me to consider, okay, on that May 8th date. It's a live hearing, that'll be live. I need it in tangible format, so it'll have to be marked, okay? So it can't be like on a video phone or anything along those lines. And then Ms. Sprague, you have that date of May 8th at 3 o'clock?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And unless I hear different from the parties, that's a live hearing, all right, ma'am?
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else for the record, docket 23-00393? Ms. Sprague?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Starks, we'll see you on that May 8th date, okay?
Do I have to sue paying the rent there in a summary place?
Ms. Sprague, can you answer that question?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear her, Your Honor. If you could repeat the
Say it again, ma'am.
Do I have to sue paying the rent there for May 8th getting here?
Her rent does come due on the 1st of the month, Your Honor. So May 1st, the rent would still be due.
Yeah, you'll be responsible here for the May 1st rent, okay, ma'am? All right. All right, thank you. That's all for the record, docket 23-00393.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sprague. Thank you, Ms. Treadway. Is it Treadway Ford? You're all set also, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then Ms. Gable, you're here on Ashley Black, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, Your Honor, I'm here for Sycamore Townhomes. I mean, for
Okay.
Jeremy.
So we're on the record in docket 23-00405 LT. That is Sycamore Townhomes versus Ashley Black. Will the parties please indicate their presence for the record?
Catherine Gable on behalf of plaintiff P81555.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a hearing in this landlord tenant matter. This was set for 10:30. It is now 10:56. It would appear that Ashley Black has failed to appear. I don't see Miss Black in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see her in the physical courtroom. I'll indicate for the record that on April 5th, Miss Black failed to appear for the original hearing. And so we set it for this second pretrial. We did have subservice at that time, so we set it for the second hearing. and it would appear that defendant has failed to appear for the second hearing. Ms. Gable, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I would request a default judgment. We have no knowledge that the defendant's in any active military duty. We are just seeking a possession judgment. Seeking that we can apply for an order of eviction if the defendant does not move out on or before May 4. Defendant may be liable to money damages after moving out if rent is owed or damage to the property. Again, acceptance of partial payment. We're not going after any payment, will not prevent the court from issuing an order evicting the defendant. No money judgment at this time.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, you've indicated the tenant is not incapacitated, a minor, or serving in the military service, and the property has been kept for its intended purpose.
Yes, Your Honor, to the best of my knowledge, that is true.
All right. So you have a writ date of May 4th, 2023 on possession only, and you'll follow that up with an order, Ms. Gable?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record in docket 23-00405. You're all set, Ms. Gable.
Okay. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. It was iPhone.
got this regarding PD for now. I didn't think you'd have a problem with it, but I just wanted to pass it on to you. Just gonna tell Brendan to have him zoom in at 10:30.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I was about to do the over under on this, but now I have inside information. Because KO's here.
So they owe 130 still on their ticket.
All right, 130. So we can't do an over under. Wouldn't be fair. Sir, you are KO Adams. And you'll have to unmute yourself, sir.
I'm a ma'am.
Ma'am, oh, you are a ma'am. All right. So you are KO Adams, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let me call that for the record. So we'll call for the record docket 22 L275655401, City of Lansing versus KO Adams. And ma'am, once again, you are KO Adams?
Yes.
Okay, this is the time set for a show cause hearing on an outstanding balance of $130. I'm going to dismiss the show cause for your appearance. We still have an outstanding debt of $130 to the City of Lansing. Ms. Adams, how did you want to proceed on that?
Can we make a payment plan or something? When I was going to pay it, I was gonna pay it because I believe I had like 30 days. I was incarcerated and I just got let go maybe a week and a half ago or something like that.
All right. So it was initially March 21st was the date that you were to pay it, and then but you've indicated would an additional 30 days work for you to pay that $130 fine?
Yes, it's perfect.
All right, so let's do, today is the 24th.
May 29th is actually 30 days, but that's Memorial Day, so if you want to go an additional day.
We'll go the additional day. Okay. So it'd be May 30th. Okay. So May 30th. So as long as the debt is paid to the City of Lansing by May 30th, you can come in and you can develop your own payment plan. Just come in and pay $25 at a time or $50 at a time. But as long as it's all paid off by May 30th, you should be set, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to set it for May 30th at 4 o'clock. You understand that that can be made to the City of Lansing by phone, internet, or you can just walk in on the 6th floor and pay.
Okay.
If you don't pay, we just start the whole thing over again, all right? They show cause you again. It's a bench warrant for you. And, you know, and so I don't know if it's worth that inconvenience to you, but if you get it paid by May 30th, you don't have to worry about any of this, all right? Okay. All right. Anything else for the record in 22L2756541, Miss Adams?
No.
Okay. May 30th at 4 o'clock, you should be all set, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on the record in docket 23 L2740271. Ma'am, you are Dario Minor?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the time set for show cause. It appears you made a payment on your balance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I've got the remaining balance at $45. Does that sound right?
I didn't know I still owed that. They told me I'll be good to go, but if that's it, can I just pay it and be good to go?
Yes. Well, let me check the computer because I want to make sure that you're done with what, so there's no misunderstanding. Let's see what the computer, I thought it was $45 left, but let me see.
Yeah, that's all.
All right. So I've got a remaining balance of $45. How quickly do you want to get out from underneath that debt?
I can pay it today.
Why don't we give you till the end of the week just in case, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll set it for Friday, April 28th by 4. And if you can pay that $45, the city of Lansing, not unlike the way you just paid the remaining balance, will be all set. All right, Miss Minor?
Okay, if I pay it before Friday, do I still have to appear?
No, you're as long as you pay by April 28th, you're all set.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, Mr. Minor.
Bye.
I still got So on the record in docket 22L2756741, that is City of Lansing versus Shakir Gilliam. This was set for show cause on today's date, which is April 24th, 2023. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:20. It would appear that Mr. Gilliam has failed to appear for the show cause. And the court will issue, this is an outstanding balance of $200. The court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in docket 22L27561. We're on the record in docket 22L2748961. That is City of Lansing versus Ashley Hernandez. This is the time set for a show cause on a balance of $192. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:21. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for their show cause, and the court will issue a bench warrant on the proceeding. That is 22L2748961. And that's all for the record in that file. Let's do. All right, Kelly.
You're welcome. I'll be back at 2.
I'll see you at 2. A little bit of everything. I'm gonna go let my dog out.
There you go.
Yeah.
I know my 2 dogs, well, Gizmo, he's my 5-year-old male. He's been acting up since my husband's been home. So like anytime we leave now, he like tears up the carpet. I'm like, he's not used to
a hodgepodge around here.
It is, Judge Simmons. We've got a little bit of everything going on.
That's what I was saying. We had David and Judge Ward's, you know, all kinds of things are happening today.
Yep.
Snowed outside a little bit.
Did it really?
Yeah, this morning it flurried.
That's what we're doing in April.
That's not good.
No.
That's not how you do things.
Showers, right?
Wrong kind of showers.
Right,
though.
exactly. It's actually gonna kill the flowers, but that's another.
Right. I know I'm afraid to put anything in the ground right now.
That was the person I just remanded walking and I was gonna hide. I don't think that's her.
Good.
Yeah, so he gets locked up anytime we leave now. 'Cause he's not behaving himself. He doesn't know how to act. Then Nina, as soon as I walk through the door, she's like, all right, little girl. I'm your favorite person, but come on.
It is the height of their day.
I know.
That attention is
Yeah.
the height of their day.
Yeah.
I have to get home, like, because my wife's visiting her sister right now. And so I have to get home to let the dog out, only because if she doesn't, I mean, we've trained her to a fault so that
Right.
she's, which I think it's probably a mistake that we're so consistent. But so anything change in her routine throws her off.
Right.
Well, this obviously, every time, this is obviously a change in the routine, so. But she earns her keep.
Yeah. And she's 9 now, so she's the oldest dog that we've had. She's pretty good. She does good on her own. She doesn't have to be locked up or anything. But Gizmo is something else. He doesn't know what to do. Somebody's home all the time with him right now. All right.
We'll see you this afternoon.
I'll be back at 2.
Okay.
Got this locked.
I'll lock it.
Okay.
kids so they don't pick you up.
Yeah,
That's,
it's so simple.
it's not a rocket science kind of thing.
Apparently to the people in Lansing. It's
Oh, yeah, well. I don't know, you know, time is pretty valuable, but evidently not So we're on the record in docket 22-04111. That's Colonial Place LLC versus Kevin Slater. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff Colonial Place LLC.
All right. This is the time set for a hearing on a non-payment of landlord tenant matter. This was previously scheduled on February 8th, 2023, where the defendant failed to appear. At the previous pretrial, we had service by attachment. If I see correctly, it is 2 o'clock now. This was scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:15. I don't see Mr. Slater in the Zoom courtroom. Is Mr. Kevin Slater in the physical courtroom? Without any answer, it appears that the defendant has once again failed to appear as he did in the prior pretrial. Mr. Whitty, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to request entry of a default judgment. We're seeking possession only in this case. Rent to retain possession is due in the amount of $4,993.88. Court costs are $157.88 for a total of $5,151.76, which would be proposed writ date of May 4th. To the best of my knowledge, the defendant is neither a minor, an incompetent, or in the military service, and the landlord has kept the premises fit for their use as a residential dwelling. I have a proposed judgment in default form. My apologies about not having those in multiple copies today.
All right.
Made a little slip up on the clerical side to the office.
All right, I'll have these signed, and then I'll have my, if you want, when you want a copy, my Nathaniel will make a copy for you.
I appreciate it.
Concerning both of these. Now, for the record, I'll sign the judgment as indicated from the previous numbers that were placed on the record, along with the default entry today. All right, and then I don't know where Nathaniel went, but you can get the copies from him.
Thank you so much.
Anything else for the record, docket 22-04111, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, sir. Thank you. Is there an Alicia Bear? All right, Miss Bear, you can come up. Is there Michaela Peterson? Ms. Bear, I saw you shake your head, so you're not
Yeah, no, she's
expecting.
not here.
Okay.
I don't know if you need to speak first, but she did start moving out.
All right. Let's go ahead and place it on the record. So we're on the record in docket 22-04252. That is Alicia Bear versus Michaela Peterson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yeah, my name is Alicia Bear.
All right, and this is a time set for a formal hearing on a non-payment matter. It appears that it was initially set on March 15th, if I remember correctly. Then we reset it for April 12th. The plaintiff appeared. We had proof of service. This is, if I remember correctly, this is your residence, isn't it?
Yeah, this is my home.
Yeah. So this is, and we did send mail to that same address, which is that Cesar Chavez address, correct?
Correct.
All right. We set it for formal hearing today. There was an indication that this came from you because Miss Peterson has never responded to any of our inquiry, that previously there was trouble getting her out, and then we set up a formal hearing, and Dave, you indicated that they've started moving out.
Yep, so she started the weekend before Easter, and then she got the rest of it out a couple days after our last court hearing.
Okay. So how did you want to proceed today? Did you want to proceed with a default judgment, or?
That just means she has to move out, right?
Yeah, well, you should have 10 days from that day.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to indicate that this is really the third time, but for the second time officially, defendant failed to appear for second hearing. Has never appeared. And you're requesting a default judgment today. Do you have any paperwork or an order for the court to sign today?
No,
Let's see if,
I know you had told me about something the last time we had spoke, but I didn't have.
let's see if we can pull out like a default judgment or something for her to take. The court speaks to its order, so I have to sign something.
Okay.
You don't have any, you don't have any financial, you just want possession of the place, correct?
I mean, I would like a payment too, but I don't have any.
All right. I can't fill that out for you as you, I could relay it or I could put it down for you. But I can definitely give you possession of it.
Okay, that's.
All right.
I'll do it now.
And then how it works is you'd have 10 days from the date I sign it today in order to get a writ of execution, which, but I think you'd expect her to be moved out by then.
Yeah, I mean, apart from giving the keys back, I think she's mostly out.
Okay.
The form you're speaking of, can I go downstairs? Oh,
I've got it right here for you.
that's even better.
Yeah, well, it tends to work better if so it has all the, it has, and I'm gonna check, the plaintiff has a right to recover possession of the property, which is the main aspect here. I mean, you can, for the record, we're on the record, do you have rent to retain possession out of the money costs, any of those numbers?
Yep, so for all the rent and electric that she owes and late fees and then court fees, the total is $4,678.31.
Do you have that broken up?
I just have it written out and then I've got all the electric bills.
All right. What I'm gonna let you do is I'm gonna let you go ahead and fill out part 2 of this, because it's rent to retain possession, other money costs, and then a total.
Okay.
And then bring it back through here and I'll sign this, but you're gonna have to break it out for the purposes. So Nathaniel, I'll give her this to fill out, so she's got the numbers. And then just let me know in between hearings here. Okay.
So after I fill this out, you just want me to come back?
Yeah, come back and we'll get it to me so I can sign it, and then we can give you something to take down to the 5th floor with.
Okay, and then I can do that right now?
You can do that right now. Yep.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Mr. Asbach, you're here for Lansing Tower Apartments?
Yes, I am, Judge.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-00900. That is Lansing Tower Apartments versus Tyler Hennigan and Angela Sod. This was reset, I believe, to an earlier date from May 17th to April 24th as a hazardous case. Is that correct, Mr. Asbach?
That is correct.
Right. All right. So appearances for the record.
Christopher Asphalt, 53129 for the plaintiff.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter that was reset as an earlier date as a hazardous case. I don't see Tyler Hennigan or Angela Sod in the courtroom. I don't see him physically in the physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear. This is an ongoing hazardous. My reading of it was an ongoing infestation issue. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, that's correct.
It would appear that the defendants have failed to appear for the first hearing after the reset. I will take notice that this is the first pretrial. Mr. Hasbach, how do you want? Service is a little, we mailed service. I don't know. I thought that they may have had hearing on the proof of service on the first date. I can set it for the soonest formal hearing date we have in the next couple weeks to set it for a second hearing, understanding the time is of the issue here.
That is correct. And Just for the record, the court won't entertain a default judgment today. Is that correct, Judge?
That's correct. I'll set it quickly for a formal hearing, just for the second hearing. But I understand that time is of the issue. Time is of the essence here. And so let me see if I can find a date to set it for formal hearing, at least 7 days out, but with right in that process, so we have some type of notice to be given in regards to that. I don't have any indication from Hennigan or Sod concerning that. It was originally set for May 17th, and then we rescheduled the earlier date. Let me see if I can find as soon a hearing as we can.
Okay.
All right, we've added a slot so that we will hear this on May 2nd at 2 o'clock.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Do you expect that to be, I don't know if you know, Mr. Asbach, if you don't expect that to be contested, we can do that by Zoom. Otherwise, live might be better. I just don't know. You know the case better than I do.
Right. I at this point in time, I probably will plan on attending in person,
right.
Judge. But
All right.
if like it's going to be uncontested, maybe I'll Zoom in.
All right, that sounds good.
right.
Anything else for the record in docket 23-00900, Mr. Asbach?
No.
Okay, I'll see you on May 2nd at 2 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany will send it back up.
Yeah, I know.
She like,
Right?
Uh, 70. Yes, one.
and Mr. Toltzman, you're here for Pallets, Huntertown Properties?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Ms. Toltzman, I'm sorry. So I will call that case in about 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. Is there a Jalen Minzy in the courtroom? And that's the defendant on your case, Jalen Minzy?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Give me about 4 minutes and then I'll call the case, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then Ms. Wasbury, you're here on OPV Partners?
Miss Snyder,
Ms.
yes.
Snyder. Yeah, Ms. Snyder. It's actually Ms. Snyder Powder, correct?
Powder, yes.
Powder, yeah. And do you see Eric Hall or Camille Gentry in the Zoom courtroom?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. Give me about 5 minutes and we'll put that on the record, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome. All right, Ms. Tolzman, we'll call your file. Let's docket 22-03454, Huntertown Properties versus Jalen Mincy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Alex Boltzmann appearing on behalf of the attorney of record for the plaintiff.
All right. And this is the time set for a formal hearing on a non-payment case. It was set for 2:15. It is now 2:31. I will indicate that it looks like on January 25th, there was a fail to appear. And on March 27th, I don't know why there's two more, there's a fail to appear for the defendant. There was service by attachment on the first one. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear. I don't see Jalen Mincy in the Zoom courtroom. Is there Jalen Mincy in the physical courtroom? Nobody's answering to that name. It appears the defendants failed to appear for the second hearing. Ms. Tolzman, how would you like to proceed?
Yes, we'd like to move for a default at this time.
All right. Did you want to put any numbers on the record, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. Rent to retain is $9,685.39. Court costs of $166.08 for a total of $9,851.47.
And do you have a writ date, ma'am?
I believe it'd be May 4th.
4th. All right. All right. To the best of your knowledge, was the apartment kept in its intended purpose as habitable, and so to the best of your knowledge, was the apartment kept in a habitable as provided by the lease?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And to the best of your knowledge, is Ms. Mincy a minor is not a minor, not incapacitated, and not serving in the armed forces?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you'll follow up with an order to that effect?
Yep, I'll get those emailed into the court this afternoon.
All right. Anything else for the record? Docket 22-03454, Ms. Tolzman.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too. And then Mr. O'Connor, you can come on up. So we're on the record in docket 22-04119. That's James O'Connor versus Catrice Gray. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
James O'Connor.
All right. And this is the time set for a formal hearing today. It's a non-payment issue. We initially set it on February 8th, 2023. We set it for a live hearing today. I do not see Catrice Gray in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see anybody in the physical courtroom. Mr. O'Connor, is Miss Gray here today, or you've seen her?
She came in and left.
She came in and left.
Yes.
You want to just?
She said she went to go put money in her.
Is she in the blue jacket?
Oh, she was sitting next to me.
Let's call just in case.
Blue jacket. Security told me she doesn't follow it. So I don't know if that was Gray or not.
All right. Let's call her name and. And this is a termination of penalty case.
Yes.
I think it's a non-payment.
It is a non-payment. I just looked at that. Yeah. It was the Miss Wasfrey's is the next case. Or Miss Snyder Powner. Since she was here, let's make sure she might have left with intent.
Yeah.
Should be back in a minute.
She'll be back in a minute.
Got her. warrant taken care of.
All right, go ahead and have a seat and we'll call her case when she appears. Thank you. So we're on the record in docket 2204-120. That's OPV Partners versus Eric Hall and Camille Gentry. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Thank you, Your Honor. Jackie Snyder-Powdar, on behalf of Mark Wasbury, 82554 is my P number. We represent OPV Partners in this matter.
All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing today on a termination of tenancy case that was scheduled for 2:15. It is now 2:37. I don't see an Eric Hall or a Camille Gentry in the Zoom courtroom. Is there anybody by that name in the physical courtroom? I don't see anybody by that name in the physical courtroom. I will indicate that this on February 8th, 2023, there was a first pretrial held. We had service by attachment and the defendant failed to appear at that time. Ms. Snyder, how would you like to proceed today?
We'd like to move for a default judgment be granted in this matter.
And did you have any numbers you wanted to place on the record?
As this is just a straight termination of tenancy, no, not at this time, Your Honor.
To the best of your knowledge, Ms. Snyder, is Eric Hall or Camille Gentry, are they minors incapacitated or serving in the military at this time?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll follow up with an order concerning the default judgment?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll get that over here in just a few minutes.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2204-120, Ms. Snyder?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Mr. Landon, you're ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're on the record in docket 2204-138. That's 2323 LLC versus Devontae McClellan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Jeff Landon, P 74077 on behalf of the plaintiff.
And sir, you are Devontae McClellan?
That's correct.
Okay. This is the time set for a formal hearing on a non-payment matter. Mr. Landon, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, I presented the court with a proposed conditional dismissal. And the tenant and I have gone over it and we both signed it.
All right. And so, Mr. McClellan, you've gone over the conditional dismissal, all the numbers that have indicated the amount of rent is $4,770, court cost of $238.86. Other money due is $450 for a total of $5,458.86. And then under box 3, the defendant shall vacate property by April 24th, 2023. And there appears to be a payment plan.
Correct, Your Honor.
That meets up with all the things that you and Mr. Landon discussed?
Yeah, just about the amount is 2,500.
Yeah, under the payment plan, as long we're doing a conditional dismissal and we're settling for $2,500 in the payment plan.
Okay, all right. And that's indicated under box 3. Defendant shall pay $2,500 as follows.
Correct, Your Honor.
Correct? All right.
Yep.
All right. So I'll indicate that the parties reached a conditional dismissal. At the second hearing. And we've indicated for the record, both parties have signed it. I'll also sign it. There was anything that you and Mr. Landon discussed in this matter that did not appear as part of the document I signed, the conditional dismissal?
Yeah, nothing.
All right. All right. you can get a copy of it from my court officer. Anything else for the record on docket 22-04138, Mr. Landon?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. McClellan,
Yes,
you're all set?
yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, what's your name?
Thomas Petty.
Okay, you're here for your 245?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, what's your name?
Dolores Pena.
You're here for your 245 also. So Brown or Whitty?
Mhm.
I saw Mr. Whitty here also. Mr. O'Connor, we'll follow up on Miss Gray, okay? Just so she was clearing something up, but that doesn't mean she came back to this court. She could have been directed to come back to this court, but that doesn't mean she came back to this court. Thank you, Mr. Landon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you in person.
Good to see you in person. I was gonna say the same thing. I've only seen you by Zoom, so.
Thank you.
Good luck. Ian Brown on the next two cases. Like getting fought over. Mr. Kozer, how are you?
How about yourself?
I'm good. What file are you here on?
Edgewood versus Rena Hamilton. It's 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, all right.
Literally.
Mr. Lum's on that case?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Whitty, Mr. Petty's here if you wanted to talk to Mr. Petty.
Great.
And then Mr. Brown, Miss Pena's here on that case if you wanted.
Just cleared everybody up.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
So for my client was in here.
Your client was in here. This should be the place, although people have been in and out all day, so I'm not sure. There's nobody in the Zoom courtroom right now.
That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah, she'll be here. She shows up.
but you've got time. You've got time. Was Miss Gray gonna come back?
Yeah, she was going to feed her meter.
Okay.
She just cleared it up with Magistrate and Marquita, and she's gonna turn herself in tomorrow. So she didn't need to be taken into custody here.
Just didn't figure it out that she's not coming back. Not to be cynical, but
They told security to let her go, so it's above my pay grade.
yeah. Plus, she had to be here on another minute. We'll give her 15 minutes and then I think that's fair.
Never heard of letting somebody go on a felony warrant though.
No.
I heard about Friday with our guy that had the felony warrant.
Oh, that the LPD came and got.
So I'm gonna listen.
Mr. Bajas, you're here on this case?
Yes, regarding the gray.
Correct. Right.
Correct.
It's the case we're hearing on right now. And is there anything to add to the case? It's not a dispute over how much is owed. It's just that it's the inability to pay at this point.
Okay.
Oh, all right. I didn't know if you were adding for anything or adding to, or if you wanted to be heard on any of this, or if you were just observing as a person of interest.
Yes, I'm just observing as a person of interest.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
So vacate the property by 4 o'clock. I'll sign a order indicating possession is to be delivered that day. It's my understanding that the plaintiff's not looking for money at this time.
No.
Just possession.
Just possession.
All right. I will sign an order to that effect once you submit that to the court. So orally is different. You're going to have to submit an order. Okay.
A writ?
Yeah. You'll get a writ 10 days from today if I sign it today. Okay. Maybe we can print one out. I just think this is possession only.
I don't do anything with writs. That's
Yeah, yours is just the order. Yeah, you'll still have to apply for a writ after 10 days.
Okay.
But this order will set that time period down, okay?
Okay, so she has until May 8th at 4 p.m. Then
She has till May 8th at 4 p.m. to vacate.
to vacate.
To
If
vacate.
she does not vacate, then I have to come get her.
Then you have to come get a writ.
Okay.
Yeah, because you'll have law enforcement with you to go through and take possession of the property.
Gotcha.
Okay.
she has to fill out the judgment paperwork.
What's that?
To fill out the judgment paperwork.
You don't have any?
I'm printing it off for him.
Okay. Yeah, you'll have to, let me make sure I've got the dates and then.
Yep.
Okay, this is the right to recover possession only. So we're making it that May 8th date. So I'm going to go 10 days beyond that. So I'm going to put May 8th as the writ date. All right, and I've signed that. I've only checked one box, and that's the plaintiff has a right to recover possession of the property. If the defendant does not pay the plaintiff or the court the amount due in item 2D. Actually, you're not looking for any money. You're just looking for straight possession. So it's just B. May 8th, 2023. So the plaintiff can apply for an order evicting the defendant if the defendant does not move out on or before May 8th, 2023. You have till May 8th, 2023. Okay, ma'am? Anything else for the record on docket 2204-119? Mr. Connor, we have this. I've signed it and we'll give it to you and you can take it to the 5th floor. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Anything else on the record in 2204-199, sir?
Not for me.
All right, Ms. Gray, you're all set. Okay. All right. Thank you. You get a copy of that.
Okay.
Or Mr. Whitty, are you ready on Mr. Petty?
Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00174. That's Todd Dowrick versus Thomas Petty. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty, appearing on behalf of the plaintiff, Todd Dow.
And sir, you are Thomas Petty?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing on a non-payment. Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding?
I had a pleasant conversation with Mr. Petty. I'm pleased to report we've reached a conditional dismissal in this case. He actually gave us a series of money orders to pay the balance down today, so we really appreciate him being on top of this and taking care of it. In terms of the conditional dismissal are as follows. The current rent to retain possession is $675.40. There are court costs of $213.64 for a total amount of $889.04. That would pay rent through the end of the month of April. It would be due by May 4th, 2023. If he pays that amount by that date, the case is dismissed and stays that way. Partial payment would stay issuance of a writ. We did go over his rights under MCR 4.201I, and after we had that discussion, he signed the conditional dismissal. If I may approach.
You may, thank you. And Mr. Petty, you've indicated, you've heard all the numbers and that move out date of May 4th, 2023, or payment date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
You've also signed this. Has anything that Mr. Whitty indicated on the record was different than what you had already talked about?
No, everything me and him discussed, that's everything I agreed to.
All
I
right.
signed off and I fully understand it.
Okay, perfect. So I will sign the order. The conditional dismissal. I'll note for the record that I did sign it. Anything else, Mr. Whitty, on docket 23-00174?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Petty, do you have any questions of me today?
No, sir, I do not.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Good luck.
Yeah,
I'll get you in the
we'll make you a
Okay.
copy.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Good to see you, Mr. Whitty.
Good to see you as well, Your Honor. Another interesting day, right?
Another interesting day. Yeah,
Caught up.
trying to.
Oh, you're doing it. I'm really
Well,
happy to see it.
Well, I mean, I think it's an effort that is long overdue, but I mean, it's
Well, I like dealing with,
Right.
$100,000 balances.
Right.
Much happier.
Yeah, and it's doable, it's
Yeah.
workable,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Well, even, yeah, I don't know, the CD I sent in this morning with a little spreadsheet on it. It takes more time to do those. But what I really like about that is now the tenant can see, the declining balance.
Right.
And they know where they're at.
Right.
And sometimes landlords don't really put things in their systems the right way.
Right.
So if later on the tenant makes all the payments, the landlord's saying, oh, no, you haven't paid, until they go, look, it's right here.
Right.
Keeps everybody.
Right. It does, and it's also I think there is a emotional outlet for seeing a reduction in debt. I think, and when you see it tangible, when you actually see it,
Yeah.
I think that can be a positive force.
Well, lately when I drive to work, I've been listening to Dave Ramsey on Triumph.
Right.
XM. And, a lot of talk radio makes me kind of crazy because it's just.
Right. Also a little bit of legal advice there.
Yeah, but I love Dave Ramsey. Thank you very much. Because, he has these people, first of all, he's just helping people try to make good financial decisions.
Correct.
And then he has these couples come in with their debt-free scream and all
Yeah.
this stuff. And like the one that I heard the other day, I just really enjoyed this. They had like $160,000 or $70,000 worth of debt they paid off in 5 years, 11 months. And the last year they paid off their mortgage, which was $60,000.
Yeah.
The husband, he was 34, she was 36. They own everything free and clear. And he was saying the last year, he was working Uber Eats and Lyft and all these other extra jobs and working just monster days and weekends. And he basically said, I can do anything for a year.
Oh.
And halfway through, he says it's July, and his son says, Dad, why can't you go to the park with me? Because I gotta work. He says, why do you have to work? And he took a picture of his son. He said, and I looked at that and said, I'm keeping this. This is why I'm doing this. And he said, I worked like, a slave for a year so that I never have to do that again in my life.
Yeah.
And I love listening to that.
I do too.
And just kind of going, Now, that's what we should be teaching people.
Right.
I think it's fantastic.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of math you actually can use.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and it's the kind of, I mean, everyone sells everybody on, there's such an effort to sell us on consumer debt.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, I own 11 cars and none of them have a lien on the title. None of them ever.
Right. So,
But the newest one is a 2012. You know? So, you know, it's like, you can make it work.
you can,
And
and there's freedom in that. So,
Well, then, you know, I look at so many of these people and I just want to say, you know, hey, and I actually try to have this conversation with some people, say, you know, if they're really trying to struggle, it's like, look at this, because there is help for you. You can
Yeah.
find a way. And the freedom of not owing anybody any money is such a wonderful thing.
I agree. But
Of course, I'm
Yeah.
gonna talk myself out of a job.
no, I don't think that'll happen.
I somehow think you're probably
Yeah,
right.
I don't think that. I think our consumerism is not going to allow that to happen.
By the way, were you at Cooley when John Brennan was there?
He's a friend of mine.
Did you see John's commencement address?
I did not.
It's on YouTube.
He tracked it for me, so I know when it starts. I got to go watch the whole thing.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Get the ball out of the park.
Yeah, we taught together trial teams for years,
okay.
and so we traveled together. I consider John. I know Tom because I practiced in front of him, but I know John because I got to know him as a person.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I wanted to bring Jake in as for some extra heavy lifting in a big case I had with ACD a few years back. And, you know, John kind of came as part of the deal. That's how I got to know him and really enjoyed working with him.
He's a good guy. That's what he tells me.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Jake's kind of going, that sucks. But I really enjoy his company, and I thought, you know, I've gone to, at least I don't know if it was Jake or Alice's graduation. I think it was Jake's. Man, I won't name who it was, but it was a real snoozer. And I was not impressed with the point they made.
But there is a key to keeping it short. And there's a key to keep it simple too.
And interesting. And
yep.
And the one thing I'll say, I don't want to, you know, not a spoiler alert, but he makes 5 points about, you know, the recipe for success as an attorney. And the last one is humility. And my comment to John was that I love the way he demonstrated that by making his commencement speech about a group of former students he had.
Oh, that's outstanding. Yeah. That's who he is, though. That's the kind of guy he is.
Absolutely.
You know. Yeah.
You should definitely take the time just to sit down and watch it.
I will. He even marked it for me. So when did it start? Because we've been through a million of those.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see his speech.
Yeah.
Yep.
You did a great job. Yep. Have a great day.
You too. Take care. Mr. Brown is still with Miss Flores. Or with Miss Pena.
Yes.
I miss Flores. And Cozart's on Renia Hamilton. Wait a minute. Oh, I was gonna say. For a minute there, I thought it was 2:10. No, we're never that fast. We've never been that fast. Is Levine still on?
Nobody appeared for it. I'll look it up on JAS.
I don't know what to tell Miss Gary who doesn't pay rent.
Pay rent.
Pay rent. I feel bad for him.
Dismissed last week.
That was dismissed last week?
Apparently they just never took it off the docket.
Okay.
It wasn't on mine when I printed today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
I printed mine today and it was on it.
Yeah, 7:56. I printed mine.
It's not here at 7:56. I don't know what's going on with that.
How early do you get up, Kelly?
5 a.m.
Do you really? You're like Wendy.
Well, I have a further drive than Wendy
You
has.
do, because you're about an hour, aren't you?
Close to it, yeah.
Wendy just goes to bed early and gets up early, and I know there's morning people, but I just
stuck on military time.
Yeah, man, it's I get up early, but I get up early because I waste time. I know that about myself. Okay? I'm just a time waster, yeah.
That's how I am.
Yeah, I get up and I'm like, it takes me forever to do anything. I'm spending time with my dog and and so I have to get up early or else I'm so slow.
Yeah, I leave my house anywhere between like 6:20 and 6:40.
And that's the hour drive.
Yep.
I used to do that. I used to teach in Grand Rapids and Ann Arbor. You're out of Lansing. That the Ann Arbor drive never bugged me for
Right.
whatever reason. I don't know if it's outside of the state, but that Grand Rapids drive,
It's horrible.
it was horrible. It's so boring,
Mhm.
you know, and it's an hour door to door and maybe an hour and 10 minutes door to door. But I could never wrap my head around that drive.
Right. My dad, he's like, if I could do it for umpteen years, you can do it. He worked for GM
Did he?
here in Lansing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when he used to drive out here, 69 was not, it ended at
So was he
Durant.
going west in the morning? Are you from GR and then he'd drive to Lansing? Or
No,
was he-
I live in Swartz Creek, but
Okay.
we grew up in Grand Blanc.
Okay, all right.
So
Because I
other
lived,
side of the state.
yeah, I lived out and would drive in for a period of time. You go west in the morning and then east, and you're always facing the sun. And I
Yeah,
don't
see,
know
the
why.
sun's always
I don't know
behind me.
why that started bothering me.
Yeah.
Just started bugging me.
Yep, sun's always behind me. I don't ever get to see it. That's all right. I don't have to blind myself. No, he used to drive out here, and Duran is where the cutoff was for 69, and so then it was back roads the whole rest of the way. At least I have the expressway the whole way. But even so, I hate it because it's only 2 lanes. I tell my mom all the time, I'm like, it's wide enough. They could add a 3rd lane.
Swartz Creek's a nice area. Yeah, that's a pretty area.
Yeah, we moved out there. It'll be 6 years this August.
Okay.
We lived in Clio before that.
And David drives a little bit too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he comes from Albion.
Right. It all depends on where you work, because I used to drive an hour to Ann Arbor, an hour to Grand Rapids, and then when I was out of Lansing, it was right here, so it was always, but for years I drove, I'll tell you the worst drive. I had a Saturday morning class, 9 to 12 in Auburn Hills.
Ugh.
And that was the worst.
Oh yeah.
Because it took up all your day. By the time you left like at 7:30 to get to Auburn Hills, there's no easy way to get to Auburn Hills from here. I mean, you go through Flint because that's probably the quickest way.
Yep.
And the class ends at 12, so you really don't get home till 2. So your Saturday is pretty much shot. I mean, it's 7 to 2. So yeah. Nobody wants to be there on a Saturday morning, and nobody wants to be listening to anybody teach evidence on a Saturday morning, So
yeah, my husband tells me all the time, just consider yourself lucky that you don't have to drive all the way to Detroit every day. I'm like, yeah, no, I'd probably kill myself from the traffic. I hate the traffic as it is. I tell him all the time he needs to invent me a hover car so I don't have to deal with it.
Well, if he invents a hover car, you never have to work again.
Right.
I know, right? But still, because then I'll run into the birds instead of the deer.
That's less damage.
I know, right? Suck it up into the engine.
Oh, my mom had a turkey flying in her windshield. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know turkeys could fly.
Big
I didn't
bird.
know they could
Yeah,
fly
they
for short
can.
periods of time.
Yeah.
That's a big bird.
My
I mean, that's
sister
kind
had
of
a
weight.
turkey on the expressway. That'll damage your car.
Oh,
I recently hit a it's got to be they're because you see them eat roadkill. They're like ravens, but
Vulture?
Yeah, they're vultures.
Mhm.
But one dove underneath my car, committed suicide.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, going up Wood Street, he just dove under. He killed himself. I'm like, there's nothing I can do
He's had
about that.
enough.
He's had enough. Goodbye, cruel world.
Goodbye.
Or he's dumber than he thinks. I don't know. But I looked at my wife. I'm like, I think that bird just committed suicide. She's like, I've never seen a bird fly underneath the car.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. So
Well, I've hit 2 deer.
deers can be dangerous.
They are. So the last one, it hit head on and cracked my radiator, and
Did it really?
it was horrible. And then the first one I hit was the passenger side corner panel, so it wasn't that much damage. But the one that I just had, that had to have a new hood, everything underneath.
And it's terrible to say, but that's lucky. I mean, you can really get
Oh,
hurt.
yeah.
You can, I mean, a deer flies through your windshield and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a problem.
My cousin, he used to live up in the UP, and there was one deer that it was going across the road and some woman hit it and it flew up and went over her car and into